Oh, why is it trying to update the thing and then muting on the stream? So sometimes when it's bugging me about restarting, or is it like, yeah, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I wasn't saying anything too notable. Uh, Complaining that I need to work on the hat. I need to get waxing focuses. Somehow I have a lot of waning focus. I guess I do roll the front more than the back on a lot of the gear pieces, but I need more opportunistic focus. So, hey, do we want to hit up some dungeon runs? They dungeon runs don't really care too much on level because the gear can just be whoever's. And if you're running focused on getting focuses, it really does not matter uh, what level you are for most of the focus drops. So I don't know if you want to do some dungeon runs, Crafty. I can do some solo ones too. I've got 6 dungeon capstones. If I don't just use the compass. Do you have a crystal ready to go? Because I think probably we just want to throw it on one of yours. Just you know, because I don't know how much scaling there is between 65 and or no, 66 and 76, but I know that there's a little bit of damage scaling there. I've also got that if you want me to just wander over some glowstone dust. But I have to potentially wander over to Gicky's anyways because I don't have a trinket scrap, and I used my last trinket scrap when I made her a clover. So if she's got one in her system, I will use one of that to make me an anvil. I am also out of vault diamonds, but that's been getting traded between us. So gold. Oh, I just need to make an anchor. I've already rolled it, so I can make it. Uh, if I'm doing dungeons, I don't need to have the feather for jumping. Ow. Okay, in theory, I should probably move my boat. I don't know where the zombie pigman's boat went. But we'll make another one here so that another zombie pigman can end up as a best friend over here. Tinket Forge. Tinket Forge. Continues to get shot. Okay, didn't manage to get shot. Yay. Ooh, that's even better. Not a perfect one, but I'm not planning on throwing recharge cores at it because trinkets are easy to replace. It's the pendants that are hard to replace. Anyways, like I said, I still want the trinket scrap because it was just I can make the clover, but Giki can't, so. I've also got 6 capstones in case we need to do that. Uh, and the capstone is good if we're both running it. But if I do solo runs, I'll probably just set this to unopened door and leave it on that. Okay, about 40% done on ore room discovery. About little under half, so probably about 40-ish percent on the challenge rooms. Yeah. Grab a snack, a drink, stretch your legs, don't sit too long, things like that. All right. That goes there. Feather goes here. That way I can swap out for Feather if I want to quickly. Do I want to mess with different transmogs at some point? Or do I just want to be lazy and wear whatever in the world happens to roll? I think I'll stick to whatever roll at the moment. Leads to some fun looks, right? Okay. Probably I could get rid of the enchantment glint and it would be fine. Rune. Remember when these dropped in chests? And they were effectively just a decor item? That was fun. Right? It was one more thing I could have on the color wall and was relevant to have on the color wall. Let's see. Oh no, it's costing me so many levels. Huh, how in the world is this damaged anvil surviving so long? I thought they broke nearly instantly. Oh, right, because applying runes actually uses levels. It's when the thing you're doing doesn't use any levels that you lose, like, all of the durability of the anvil all at once. Okay. Alright. $10. Sure. $10. Gorgonite pizza night. 2. 1. 2. Bonk. Downstairs. What's my key count? Okay. Alright. Fire away. Party invite, please. Thank you. I would not be opposed to it. Somebody just needs to throw him on the party. Alright. We all set to go. Whenever toe gets in. Whenever they dip their toe in. Toe will run once toe is here. And about all we're going to lose is the slight bonus to our production. That his okay. Cactus. Gotta remember, I actually have to try and look for the doors, not just run without any attention whatsoever. I should have also set it to dungeon hunting on my compass before wandering in. Okay. Main line? Do you have dungeons mainline? Like, we've got Dungeon Hunter. I think. Yeah. Okay, yes. We do in fact have dungeons. I have finally found first one. There's also a living secret in that wall. Skeletons, normal. Leroy Jenkins. There's ones upstairs. Didn't figure out where in the world I went. There they are. Thank you, guys. Anyways, my plan is to send all of the gear at the end of this to you, Crafty. I'm here for the foci. Mostly. Did I get any boss rooms yet? No. Yes, this is still back up the line. Okay. I'm also here for the Eggies. Oh, and that's a mine room inscription. No, that's a lab inscription. It's not green. It was yellow, so that's the lab. The small icon is a little bit hard for me to tell the difference on between those two, but aww. Yeah, I don't tend to imbue except on things where I'm like, absolutely, I've got nothing else I can do with them. So, like, I did the imbuement, okay. I'm going to do a... Okay, this is going to be slightly annoying. Right-hand turn. My usual is that I would have bounced to where Toe is currently working their way a little bit up. But that's fine. I'm just going to do this quadrant up here. And do we have any opinions on bosses yet? Feel free to respond at any time later down the line instead of, like, right now if you need to. Sit down. I do not know if anyone's actually bothering to get the runes so that we can summon a boss at some point and get the crate at the end of this. Is Toe doing that, or are we just all doing dungeons until we finally decide, hey, maybe we need to hit, like, a couple chests so we can turn in 5 someplace? And not care what in the world the crate actually gives us, just as long as we get a crate at the end of it. Small child, stop that. Also, I totally was not paying attention to the decorations, and I should have been, so I could seal the skulls. They exist somewhere in these dungeons. And I think it's downstairs, so I'm not going back downstairs just for 2 skeleton skulls. I'm technically slowly generating them already. But they're still one of those ones where it's like, technically I can bypass regular looting requirements for those. X mark? No. Dungeon spider, 4 runes. Always important. To acknowledge other people on the server. Alright, boys. Come on. Follow me down. They never do. Come on. This way. This way. We're going to your boss. Follow me up. Come on. You can do it. No, you can't. Boots. I will say he was right. This was a major improvement to AD, what he's done with the upgrades and all that. I never like being the AD that's dependent on running an ability, because I always want to be the AD that's like, how powerful are you? I'm always as powerful as I am. Not, oh, I'm only powerful while I rampage, so I'm dependent on the mana. It's like, cool, so you're a muscle mage. Good. I'm here to be muscles. Just muscles. One. Rune. We're going to... Oh, I can't add them by the tag anyways. Bummer. Okay. Dungeon down there. Challenging. Okay. You, like, the difficulty would matter if I knew the difference between challenging and extreme, I can never remember which one is which, so I don't know if extreme is supposed to be worse for the amount of damage and stuff, or if challenging is. I think technically extreme, like it sounds like it should be the worst one. But you know, it isn't like challenging 3x, challenging 2.5x, da da da, on the display. It just uses words, and I'm not getting any piece of cake dungeons, so. Yay, Y level bug. At least it corrects itself mostly nowadays. Especially when it's like you got knocked around by the mob as opposed to like mining with a hammer or whatever, and you were standing on top of something, so you fell just a little bit. Alright, boys. Yes, crowd around me in the corner. Let me smack you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Time to do a conversion on the chest. Or on the bag. Yay! Hunter's Insight, or whatever it is. Hunter's Instinct? Instinct, yes. Yes, laser all of them for me. Thank you. I have no AP in this build, so lasering things does pretty much nothing, I think. Unless I've got like 1 or 2 hidden points of AP on this stupid sword. And I only call it a stupid sword because there is nothing else I can do with it, so it's like stupid in the same way that a phone without modern apps is stupid. Somebody better have mined out this factory. No? Okay. I am going to do this factory because I'm going to just like hammer because I want the blocks. That, and I want to see if I can get a PAX or whatnot. Aww. Alright. Back to running lines. No packs. No frosty boots. 7 minutes left. Correction. 9 minutes left. I totally was not paying attention to whether or not this is an diamond-shaped vault or a circle-shaped vault. I know it's not square because it had a dead end. Okay, good to know. That just tells me whether or not the next room is a dead end that I'm going to have to double back on. Come on in. We're going to go talk to your boss. Oh, Wrath Totem? No, I need Hatred Totem. Dang it. I'll get it eventually. It's not even for this build. I need it for the other build. Because it greatly increases the rate I can go through rooms for EXP runs or soul runs or coin explosion runs. Clearing all of them out because I just drink the potion to generate the Hatred Totem and then let Poison Chain Reaction take everything out. Ooh, fancy core. Okay, I just need to get close enough to see whether or not there's a door. There's not a door. I can double back. Has someone already started eating fruit, or did somebody else find another time pylon? How much do we want to extend this vault? Because if we're just trying to maximize dungeons, I am willing to spend some expensive fruit on some dungeons. Within reason. I have to be somewhat mindful of my HP pool since we're doing Rune Boss. Anyways, yeah, I'm aware. Whatever they are, they're whatever, like, I never remember what they are, but it's also, like, have we gotten a decent amount of runes? I've got 3. One is, I think, what is that? No, that's not Merchant Pylon. No, that is Merchant, I think. Merchant Capstone, Mixed Pack, Mega Mixed Pack? I can never tell from this distance. And a pair of pants, and I'm currently... Caps lock. It's gotta be 2. One is not a proper greeting. Gotta be two of them. And they can't be like, oh, you just pressed up and did it twice. No, no. You gotta type both of them. And I accidentally pressed space or enter instead of a shift to capitalize the second howdy. Must be capital too. Much respect that way. Ooh. The classic. Gotta love the classic. Come on, boys. Okay, remove one of the modifiers and have a chance of getting the core back. No. I am going to leave my plus crate tier on my resource deck, because right now that is what I want to get out of it, and I will get more in the long run. But I am willing to, like, throw the star fruit at it, potentially. Also, I've not tested out whether or not the room boss is picky about all of the players being in the same boss room at end. Or not, or anything like that. Diamond. Hog. Oh, a second companion piece. Something, something. These are the best ways to get those. Give or take. Anyways, I'm going to be crossing the line into Toe's Quadrant shortly. Because I think I've got 2 more in my quadrant. 2 more rooms. That, or I dart 5 rooms down. Oops, all boss rooms. Apparently, I should have just started south already. Come on, keep following me, slappy feet. You're not going to catch me. Okay. So someone found one of the blue orbs. Okay. Bummer. That means the ore rooms don't count for the rest of the vault. At least for the compass. Compass needs you to actively be discovering the room as you step into it, annoyingly enough. So, if you are doing the dungeon run and you get lucky and you get that, oh, you're fine. It's not like I found that out one time when I clicked on one of those and then tried to run to all the rooms to try and get it, and then it was like six rooms into trying that gambit, and it's like that number hasn't changed. I should have had it. I might have to hesitate if I see impossible, which just means that I might have to be mindful of that. But I should be able to still handle even an impossible as long as I am careful about pulling the mobs around as opposed to just standing here and letting them wail on me. Rude. I'm trying to mine your chests. You heard me. I'm trying to mine your chests. Leave me be. Those are my chests now. Right clicks all the beds so they all explode. What do you mean this isn't a way out? It's a water flow. It's supposed to be the way out. Fine. We'll have to make our own. But yeah, feel free to click the globes. It just means that they don't count for the compass, which is not actually a major problem or anything. Because this isn't a compass run. This is a dungeon run. Puzzle room. Normal spider. Adding 3. Cleave. Where did I get 12? Okay, yeah, I probably did get 12 cactus from something. Because I would be one of those people who added cactus to the things I can get. 3, 1, 3. From the vault just because it was funny. And it was relevant early. Less so now. Opportunistics? I have no clue if I've gotten any opportunistics. I hope I have, because that was like the entire point of doing a dungeon run was to try and get a couple of opportunistics. Wrath. Regeneration, fine. Well, I did enough dungeon bosses. Now I gotta deal with the big boss of this whole vault, right? Heading towards main. I will try not to get too distracted on the way. Not Wrath. I want Hatred Totem on the brew. And it's entirely to cheese a build. Because I can use the Hatred Totem brew with my Poison Nova build to bypass cooldown on Hatred Totem for clearing rooms using Poison Chain Reaction. Anyways, I'm going to go apparently around the starting room. Turning left. Now. Bonk. Off a pillar. Yep. I can see you on the map. Toe is joining you now. Feel free to select what runes you think you want to add. The only rune I really want to add from mine is the pack of cards. Mmm, juicy. And this is your vault. I'll let you do the honors of actually summoning it at the end of it. And feel free to pick out any of these you want to put in. I do want to put in this one for the pack. All right. Do we have enough in? No? Ready? Yeah, that seems about right. I do like the fix they put in so you don't die to the timer from the rune boss. Is just, if you're at 20 or less, it just keeps going back to 19 whenever it hits 15. All right. Let me arrange a bag, and then I'm going to ship a bunch of gear to you. Grab the small backpack. Oh, she was referring to literally just the end of it as well, because that still gets you the crate at the end of it. Why do I have one unspent skill point? Right. I'm waiting for the second point because I need two for the lucky momentum. Anyways. Okay. I think that rolls individually per crate, so congrats on getting the rarest item, and I will be checking that momentarily. But right now I need to stuff a bunch of gear into a backpack. Ooh. What room did you manage to get that one out of, Toe? Lab room boots. Okay. Right. I need to add a stack upgrade to this. I'm going to have to send you 2 bags anyways. God charms, because God charms are levelless. So many jewel pouches. They haven't done something stupid like remove opportunistic focus from the drop pool, right? Because I could have sworn it was still in barrels. Yeah, like this doesn't mention barrels anyways, so they should be. Okay. So they do exist, and if I don't have any, I just failed to roll any. Which, like, okay, yeah, they're rare. And if I have to do some dungeon runs, I can do it with the compass too, in addition to capstone. Alright. I've got more bags someplace, right? That one there. One sec. Ouch. Ooh. Bounties. Yoink. All right. Match bag contents. Stack. I need more than one stack. Four. Ugh. Alright. No vault diamonds there. I don't have any in my crate. Okay. I need 2. 5, 7. 7. That is not how that works. Seven. Stairs. Do this too. Then we do this. Then we go like this. Um, Wrong button, this button. Yep. 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 Feel free to keep the wrapping as well. Yeah, I got the Wrath during that run as well, so. Oh. Do. I have things in my scav pouch. Why do I have things in my scav pouch? The scav pouch is supposed to empty itself. Right, because I stuck the factory in it. Walnut seats. Oh no, my fancy fruit is gone. Let's hope I get some fancy fruit in the crate. I will look at that in a little bit. Technically, I should have waited and gotten the... There's going to be some gear in the crate. Because there's still a base tier or whatever. Much gear. Very discover. What do you mean I'm out of pogs? Eggies. That's the third Giant's Heart I've gotten. Duration, movement speed, efficiency, and cooldown reduction. Okay. Healing armor. Healing avoidance. Is that about the amount of stuff that was in the bags? Or the fact that you just identified... Wait. Oh. Toaded treasure rooms. Okay. I didn't manage to pay attention to any of the treasure rooms, so I don't know. With a bug and small backpack. Hopefully it's not one of those bugs that makes all your inventory disappear. Those are a bummer when those happen. We're better set up to resist them this time, but... I don't know why in the world I decided to open the mod boxes now. I should have like one or two still from the amount of horde mobs I killed. Leaving that vault. In the table you go. In this table you go. Okay. Crate, crate, crate. Oh, crate. I knew it would cause some problems. Anyways. Oh, right. Crate opening protocol. Allow bag. Reinsert on magnet. There we go. Stand on crate. There we go. Okay, gotta wander over 3 gear pieces. Change this back to its proper mode. Looks like I got grapes and kiwis. Trinket. So nope, did not get the peaceful capstone. That was just on you. But that is actually really fun to use. Especially for massive runs. Some people like use them for ore runs, but one of the things I know about them is they can be used for certain challenge rooms that would have mobs in them to essentially run them as though they wouldn't. Including, I know on the initial iteration of them, they could be used to bypass raid rooms and just select 3 ways of treasure. I didn't check how they interact with the lab because I didn't run into the lab, and I know that they force X marks to be just autocomplete. So that you can just get the loot from X marks. So, in theory, it's also good for inscription X mark runs for Excalibur, Anne Marie, or Rose Thorn Ivy. Anyways, I'm sending you 3 more gear pieces individually unwrapped in the mail. Hopefully they don't shake them around too much. They arrived here as just pieces of scrap because the mail carrier didn't notice that they should have been marked fragile because I didn't put them in a box. All right. I have a hard drive to disassemble. Item storage cell becomes 2 pieces. Those two pieces get stored really effectively. There we go. Okay. You, as the individual specific player, has to extend the timer, not somebody else. Or is that about completing a vault using the actual extended modifier as opposed to the fruit? Is that what that one is? "24 slots, but not as good of lines as the Anvil deck, I think." Anvil deck. Anvil deck. Yeah. So that's why they go with the Anvil. 3 sockets, but better overall lines than the Champion or whatever. Bishop deck is just two sockets. Why does Idona only get one socket? Rude. Being rude to Idona. Oh, and Tanos gets 3 sockets. I thought I had gotten this. Or did that pop up for, like, chat? Chat. Okay. Oh. I mistook that one. Okay. That tracks. I was mistaken because that was the champion completion I just got. And since it was a boss, I thought it was that, and it was just me not reading what deck it was. Okay. Deposit. Tinket. Phylactery. Probably I'm going to have to smelt one of my hearts down. Eventually. GG. Do we want to do another dungeon run? And do we potentially want to... Oh, yeah. Having something like a Wrath Totem, a massive damage increase, and it applies Like, it helps a lot. Brain. Ooh. Most of the time, that's not really that... Okay. One sec. Note to self, these are overflowing. That's my weed doing. Could be better. But are we potentially wanting to do another Dungeon Hunter? I personally would want to potentially do more dungeon, but I can do that solo just using the compass if I have to. But I would potentially want it not to beat the rune boss just because, you know, rune boss versus elixir for an easy exit. Sure, you might have to like look around for something to do, but like as you run through, you just kind of ping different things and see if you've got any good ones and hope somebody has like ores. It's not a great Catalyst Fragment card, but it's a Catalyst Fragment card. Dungeon mobs for Catalyst Fragments. Which isn't something you can notably increase. Fun. Bummer that it's got the Fear Cloud. I always hate the Fear Cloud. But that is a massively... I'm still rocking the last one you sent me. So, like, I'm going to stick with that one. Especially because the stun chance is actually... It is one I like because, you see, I don't want them to leave, which means if they freeze in place, that makes it hard for them to leave, so I can smack them more. And at 18%, just under 1/5, like, that happens fairly consistently. But yeah, that's a decent lucky hit. That's actually a pretty high damage roll on it, too. And like some other builds, like because I'm doing the run up to things and smack them. But if you're doing like Lucky Hit almost entirely for the Monoleech part of it, as a mage or something, it doesn't matter if they run away from you. Right. Let's go redisable bags. There we go. Yeah, I had some storms that caused power to flicker the last like 3 days. But fortunately it hasn't been like during the time I actually would be playing, but it means like uh computer restarts apparently lets OBS mute my microphone and it's annoying. Good luck. Ooh, fun. Uh, my brain is like, you must be missing a step in your diluting. And that's because I'm not currently shoving a bunch of gear into a recycler. And it's like, clearly you have gear to recycle after that. No, all of it got handled. By the way, any really fun pieces, Crafty? Or are you still going through them because it was a lot? Want me to do evals? Or at least my evals? My brain goes, we couldn't have hooked it up to some hands on a chess monster. Okay. Yeah, but you see, you made a nice shulker pile. Clearly, it was going to be around two hands that were already on the floor for this purpose. Yeah, I have this habit of going like almost always keep omegas, but maybe I should start recycling omegas. Hey, you got some living boots here. I don't know what level or what tier you have for like boots, but living boots might be decent. And that's got 4 repairs, so that will last a while. Dang. Maybe. Yeah. Don't put living through the imbuement because it No, I've got a living helmet. I've got a living helmet. Gotta remember, I've got a living helmet. This is tempting, but I got a living helmet. Like, the only way this would have been a better one, because this rolled effectively as an epic. Of course, it's just like stats being higher, but if it had rolled three prefixes, including a resistance for that helmet. So, like, that's a good chaotic helmet there. At least by my opinion. Amanda might be distracted in the vault. Amanda, if you're going to join the party so that other people can join you, press F1. Okay, they're at least sorted by type. I guess that does help. But my most immediate thought is that one hat. F1. F1. The fast cars compel you to join the party, mate. Huh. Is it showing in chat as a click this message? There we go. There's some living pants here. Don't know if that's any good. Ooh. That's a fairly high roll on the leggings. At least as far as the implicits go. And it's got enough prefixes to be decent. Even the chaotics are stuck rolling extra or just a bunch of levels for pants and shirts. I always get annoyed at the little druid shield because it's got the little green tuft at the top. So I'm always like, ooh, living, and then it's like, no. But yeah, if you can manage to get these to roll good, I mean, they already have movement speed, and if you're focused on movement speed, that can help. Especially because that movement speed will increase from the 7% as you go. Magnets. Did you just shove all the magnets in the middle of this pile? Is there just like 2 boxes of magnets in here? Whoop. Whoop. No. Right, I'd never use this. Focus, focus. Eh. Yeah, like I looked at them. The ones that jumped out at me just were like the helmet and because you need replacement boots, living boots. You did have 2 different things of magnets. There we go. No living magnets. A living epic wand. So potentially that's a way that you can get a decent set of suffixes, and then I don't know if I think late game the levels can go to +2s without it being legendary. Oh, I'm not like looting gear. I'm just helping sort. Anyways, extra healing clouds on that shield. But yeah. Do 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 do. Trying not to make a half dozen colossal chests as the only way to store everything. Why not? It was fun. Yeah, so it might be just the opinion that it's still fun to keep the Omega gear, but honestly, if you're getting living and you start running living, you can probably recycle most of the Omega gear and just try and get adaptive focuses. Uh, for if like somebody else has a gear piece that you want later game and you need to bring it up to level, or just because like living stops working once you hit level 100. And if you didn't get full living on every single piece, you might have something by the time you hit 100 that you do want to level up. But yeah. Nothing really fun in the chaotic swords. Bummer. Okay. So the wand, the helmet, and the boots. Oh, second set of wands. Soul Quant. Different living. Oh, wait, no. It's a focus, not a wand. We've got a mix of a wand or two in here, too. That's why I was, like, confused, because like, focus is wands. Wait. Those are supposed to be two different boxes. But at the same time, not. Right, and these two pants, potentially. Bag in the bag. Let's see. Not the bag. Part. Yeah, I always look at this and I'm like, ooh, living. No, that's not a living mark. That's the top edge of the dang shield. You get my hopes up. Yeah, so these six are the things that I think immediately definitely keep. Technically, the goat is there just because I'm being a little bit favorite towards the lucky hit and fairly decent rolls on it, but it's. And then whatever like Omega pieces you think are something you might work with for any of the gear you don't have a like living or other good piece already for. And then I would just, from my evaluation, you scrap pretty much the rest. Have you done your jewels yet? Or is that just kind of like you're going to trust that the auto selection will be decent on jewels? I will say the auto selection on jewels shouldn't give you too many hammers. Because hammer is not prioritized. Fun. Does Attached to Toe have a decent hammer for running a mine room? Because I have a B tier hammer at the moment for a mine room. All right. Go ahead and shred it. Those are always fun. Are we individually going to evaluate the jewels? Or are we just going to trust that the auto identifier can figure out what in the world is decent at level 66? Okay. Have we set you up with a good auto sorter for it? Or do we need to set you up one kind of like we've done with Gickies? Yeah, but is it hooked up to other things, or is it just like... I'm a little bit annoyed that it isn't just like a chain of a bunch of those in a row, but I guess it. Okay, it is routed. Got it. Oh, is it sending it to your. When I tried to use the router to send to the unboxing station, it required me to use a stupid security upgrade. Does it work without the security upgrade for you? No clue what that is then. Like, hmm. But if it works, it works. Ah, so it doesn't. So we have not gotten you a drive or anything yet. That is a rude crate. Oh. Do you want me to add a filter to this so that it's actually filtering so that you can't accidentally shove random other things in this? Because it's fairly easy to add a filter to this real quick. So you can't accidentally lose like a backpack or a sword into it. Whitelist don't match exactly. Oh, you're just. Well, you see, it's already set up, and the filtering is just now. Uh, Now the only thing that ends up in this. Nope. Since it's already crafted, all it was up here in the filter at the top, just putting in a card and a chip jewel, setting it to not have exact and be whitelist, so you can put in and take out cards and jewels. And cards and jewels aren't complex enough that they should be fine in just a 4K without any problems. And honestly, if it starts overflowing at that point, you need to juice and or scrap some things anyways, so night night. No, not really. It's never about the head hurt. It's the like looking at it and going like they're like little bitty inefficiencies, but that's from my point of view. And if you're living fine in it, you're living fine in it. Plus, I don't think any of us is running the oops all unlocked drawers like Humble did. So, although I'm not entirely certain why in the world you have a 3 limited barrel here instead of like a 1 limited barrel for chromatic iron dust. Because I don't think chromatic iron dust compacts. And technically, you get a few less slots on a limited barrel 3 at some of the tiers. Oh, you just had a loose 3? Okay. Um, I'm trying to think what in the world uses 3s the most effectively. There's actually very few things that want a 3, which is the annoying part about it. They look like our old compacting barrels we really want, but at the same time, the new compression upgrade means like you want, if you're doing the limited 4s, you get one extra layer of compression for things like iron, and that's if you don't just go with a non-limited ones. I just want them to bring us back some of the parity that they had because they like the new ones like it's they vastly increase the cost. That's the problem. And there are a few recipes missing that I can tell you for certain they had to add to the old compression drawers, some of them anyways. And then like at that point you have actually just these are better than the old compression drawers. They take just a little bit more setup, but they end up far more powerful at the end of it just with like because instead of being like, oh, this just increases the amount by a plus a certain multiplier, you can actually do like the several stack upgrades and then you have a ungodly amount of iron shoved into a single block. Like you've seen mine, I can get down to nuggets and I still have like an ungodly amount of 1x compressed iron. And that's just because I'm using the limited barrels. If you use the ones like this copper barrel, you can even use the compression separate from the compacting. You can do the compression and like do several ones in a chest and you can get it to 5 tiers, which like for iron it's like iron nuggets up to the 2x compressed iron blocks. And then you add stack upgrades? Okay. Maybe you don't add stack upgrades because you only get like 5 upgrade slots at the highest level on the non-limited sophisticated storages, but you know, the actual barrel, the actual limited barrels as drawer analogs are far more powerful. Brain is not braining. Was brain trying to brain? I have had a long day, so brain may stop braining from time to time. Oh, that's not true. Whether or not you can get your body to agree with your brain for like some of your movement techniques, you're still really good at the game. And that still requires braining. Controller. I love how, like, looking at the controller, all it, like, the first thing it prioritizes to show me is furnaces in Jade. And there's more than just furnaces. But yeah, you do have things marked well. Ooh. Some of your modded chests, the items got a bit out of order. One of those got placed into the world at some point. That's why it's a separate stack. These are AE2. Also remember, if you're not using a drive or whatever, because, let's see. You can take the housing and the component and just recombine them later. You take them apart because that makes them stop trying to be a pouch or other storage device and just becomes loose items. And it makes them stack a little bit easier because the appropriate subset actually stacks properly. Ooh, lots of flowers. Also, stack upgrades do work with these. But I like putting them in the limited barrels. You've seen my modded wall, right? Probably. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't gotten around to actually using Pneumaticraft. And all my Pneumaticraft stuff, I've shoved a decent amount of it into my ender chest. Part of it is writing a word. I love how you still have a villager in the iron farm you've put away. Didn't even take him out. It's just... You are well set up to deploy a chest monster at some point. Yeah, why would you unemploy him just because his job is not needed? Fluid extractor. That was from industrial foregoing? Okay. Jars. Squiddies! Sticks. Yeah, you just have a barrel of sticks. Okay. And to be fair, like, this isn't necessarily a bad way to store these. It just, you'll have to throw some, like, upgrades at things, especially, like, the eggs once you start filling them up. Probably don't need to do anything with the gas tiers except add a void upgrade once you get past 27 stacks. But, like, you've got all of the things locked, so you aren't going to get mixed things unless you stick mixed things in. Right. I gotta add saddle handling to the raid farm at some point, right? So that we have a lazy way of doing saddles that isn't trading with a leather worker. And like all it is just I need to put a router that teleports saddles when they drop up there to the storage down below. I also need to at some point change the storage at the raid farm from vanilla to modded. Because right now it's just being lazy. Something, something. I'll get around to it at some point. Probably before reset, but I can't guarantee that. Someone's in a vault right now. Let's watch Toe. Wander, 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 wander. Heading for the exit. It looked like. Ooh, pack. Yoink. Oh, did we get one of the machines that puts the rock on for you, or do you have to manually put those still? We don't have to. But that's one of the fun things to do once you have the automation. So it's whatever you use to send the rock to the router, which could be just like Toe is just going to keep using Toe's fruit. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with just manually placing it too. But like I just like the satisfaction of being able to go like click, get my crystal, click again, start the next one. And that's just because if I don't set it like that and they do something stupid and they break the router to vault alter integration, I don't want to generate another black hole. It's bad enough that we've got one on this server. Oh, thank goodness I had enough iron. Yay, I have a way to make vault diamonds from vault runs. It's not mobs, it's chest looted. Yeah, I think I'm going to be lazy. Like, other people can pop in, but I'm not putting Dungeon Hunter or anything on this next one. I'm just going to set up an elixir, and I'm going to set myself to find dungeons. Using the compass. Yeah, not every collector has to be blackout. Especially because once you can manage to black out... Anyways, that took me a while. Someone has decided to grow really big bamboo near my place. It's not in my direct sight line from any of my windows. It's fine. Look, I rarely actually track down who in the world uh, does pranks on me. Now, is this a dungeon in this room, or is this a dungeon this room? And it's this dungeon, right? Yep. Right. Turn on the magnet. I will come back up here after I've cleared the mobs, and I'll get the chests on the way out rather than on the way in. Well, the problem with, like, trying to pull any kind of, like, area pranks on me is I absolutely will just, like, live with whatever exists around me, even when it changes, mostly. As long as, like, my system still works. And if you start breaking my system, well, I'm just going to be annoyed at you in general at that point, because, like, I work on my systems. My systems work really well. And I can break my systems on my own. I do that from time to time anyways, so I don't need help. Aw. You say it's a gift. Modifying somebody's landscaping is not a gift. It's decorating. And decorating without it being something somebody might like might be pranking. Not that I have any problem with it. It's fine. You gotta be mindful of what your definitions are. Alright. Also, you might want to be mindful of what in the world the vault is wanting you to actually do so that you can complete it. The correct answer is it wants me to do mining. What do you mean I have jackpot ores? They're not that rare. They just kind of showed up at my base anyways. They must be really common if they can just show up anywhere. He says sarcastically. Yeah, I saw it. It's the big one from the Explorer. I even encountered some of it. But then again, I might have traveled to a lot of places, so I might have encountered a decent amount of things. Well, up to the point. Oh no, you guys don't. Stop that. Fine, jumping doesn't let me mine the ores. I have to do it the stupid way. You don't need to mine the ores like that. Yeah, I do. Got a hammer, there's a reason. There we go. Isn't this defeating your dungeon run? A little bit. But I now know how I can get the completion, so I can get the completion crate. Yay! Honestly, I've been, like, lazy a lot of my recent seasons. And I've just been like, I could build a proper deluder, or I can just, like, spend an echo for every backpack I want to unload for the rest of the season. And I've just been doing that instead of proper deluding. Okay, yeah, it doesn't handle sending the gear where it needs to go yet. But that's on me. Yeah, I just set myself up with a bunch of deposit upgrades, and then I just kind of stare at the inventories I want to put things in, and then it's like, those things are now in that inventory. If there was already something like that in that inventory. Barrels. Stop that. Small children, I'm trying to smack you in the face. Why are you dodging? I should right-click the bed and make it explode, right? That'll be so helpful. Barrel, barrel. Come on, hatred. I say as I'm smacking a pickle. Hatred. Hatred totem. There we go. Now I can make that build even stupider. Well, once I make another brew. Onward! Exit was here. Crap. Yeah, I'm having to do the compass, so technically I'm a little bit slower for finding the dungeons than I would have been if I was running the capstone. But I'm also just solo running this. Extreme. And there was an extra champion? No. No extra, just the same one that was down here. He just spawned as soon as I was entering. Yay! I'm getting closer and closer to getting compressed blocks. There's a champion. Gotta be mindful of the champion here. Alright. Got all the ones off those shelves. And to be fair, I do need to be a little less ham than I did last fall because I had to swap some of my pickup bags based on the fact I was overflowing in gear at the end of the last one. Okay, none within 2 rooms of this, so let's head this way for that one that I had loose on a radar this way. There we go. And jump. Missed again. Fine, we're going to make our own stairs out of here. There we go. This room. This is fine. Come on, boys. We're going down here to your boss. Thank you. I have a complaint. I am not talking to the grunts for it. Thank you. What's the complaint? Not enough cat charm antiques. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Okay, got a couple of dungeons on radar. One this way. That's that one. Fails the jump. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, fine. We're going to go up there the normal way. Don't get me, dwellers. Try not to fall down, since you're already having to walk up here manually. Shopping? Stop doing shopping during a dungeon run. Pylon capstone, that's what that other one is. And should not be having this much trouble getting to a dungeon. I'm uncertain whether or not that is wandered into mine. Yeah, that's a wandered into mine, which is fine. I don't know why you walked in and then left. You absolutely can run parallel with me. As I just don't have it on Dungeon Capstone. I'm doing the compass, which means I'm hitting them a little bit slower than I could have been. You don't have to add fruit. Yeah, I saw the time go up. Like, I'm not trying to run a really long vault or whatever. I'm just trying to do some dungeons. Especially because I did plenty of rooms and didn't get any of the opportunistic last one. And I'm starting to overflow my bags. So additional time just means I have to mess with my bag settings again. And, like, this vault cost me nothing but just... nothing but just wandering into the vault and having my compass set to dungeon. So... Okay, in my base, I have a little fruit bowl in the corner. Put in, like, 6 stacks of them as part of the decoration there. I will use them over time, too. But that's the best way you can get rid of some. They have a decent mango card, and, like, honestly, I'm a little bit jealous. I will get one eventually. That's just how that goes. But, like... yeah, if you've got a bunch of mangoes and you need less mangoes, become the fruit seller. Just... you don't even have to sell them. You can just send them to people's people's mailboxes or stick them in their base. I'm trying to think. There was, like, some fruit or another that is, like, really notorious fruit or veggie where it's like you think, oh, I can grow this. It's really easy to grow. It's really hardy. And then like you zucchini or something like that. And then it just becomes, hey, look, it's harvest season. You can't you can't pay people to take enough of the zucchini that is currently flooding your fields because you unfortunately planted zucchini and you were under the mistaken assumption that that meant that you would have a reasonable amount of zucchini. You have to lock your doors in those communities, not because somebody might break in or steal something. It's because somebody might break in and leave you more zucchini. Break into people's houses and leave mangoes. Now, I don't have any chaotic gear pieces, so I don't think I'm want to imbue. Especially because yeah, like, what? This is already imbued, so I can't imbue it. At best, I can end up with exactly the same legendary on that. And then, like, this is a lower level helmet. I could always imbue it. It's not helpful to imbue it, but waterlog. And I can break it. There we go. You see, sometimes once I am processing slower, it also means that I just kind of am like overly focused on whatever I'm doing and sit here and like min-max things. And it's like, no, don't min-max things. You actually will be more efficient if you're not min-maxing because you will get to more things that you need to do. Helps to know where the dungeons tend to be in the specific rooms. Come on, boys. Come get me down here. We're going to go and talk to your boss. Has your boss ever heard of getting some kind of table down here? Oh. Also, I should make sure that any more cores just end up in there. Don't die. Yeah, like, this is not a vault that needs resources spent on it to make it good. It's just, I've already spent resources on it. 1 crystal. And I've set the theme. Or the task. Stop that. There we go. Ceiling spider is ceiling. Yep. Okay, so the cores are currently going in the scav pouch. Technically, I could probably do that. Is just like go, hey, what am I getting from these? Where like if I have to swap my miscellaneous pickup bag to non-miscellaneous. All right. Let's run in a direction and see if I get some ores. Like this. Oh, God. Sense of humor of the... Who do we think this would be? Would it be Wendar or Tenos? Or would it be Idona that would do a prank, like, stick a mine room in when somebody is like, oh yeah, I need to go and do some ores. Like, I don't even have the good hammer for this. Okay. That bag's full. Alright. This is the rest of my vault. If somebody wants to wander to the front room, anyone who gets into the front room before I'm too done with this will probably just get a completion from me doing this. Right. Because of the fact that I'm getting Omega from the ores. They're not supposed to ever roll Omega anymore, but, you know. What you going to do? Blame Dowski. Of course. Okay, that one's fine. 1, 2, 3. This is the only problem with being an 11 hammer. Is you have to do this to get across the gaps at the door. So otherwise you do this, and it's like, yay. No, wait. Why am I doing it like that? This is how you're supposed to hammer these. You just make yourself some place to stand real quick. Iskallia introduced cards because I thought it was going to be fun. Ever since, he's been trying to rebalance it. Nah, sir. You're not going to manage to get it to properly balance. And honestly, maybe that's okay. Let people have broken fun times. Okay. I did end up as the Mango Fairy one season, I know. I had mangoes for hordes. That was fun. It got really ridiculous once I got starfruit for hordes. Because even when I did like a vault where I didn't like focus on generating a large amount of fruit, I still was getting like 2 or 3 starfruit in like completely normal, like this level of pays attention to what I'm doing vaults. And then once I got to prestige and was doing the massive amount of leveling that the first iteration of prestige needed, it was absolutely trivial. Because it was like, eats 10 starfruits in the vault, gets 13 extra in profit. Because I was just obliterating every single mob by running through the room, poisoning them, and chain reacting the novas. And that was before, like, it's gotten buffs since then. This was back when it was using the broken poison, not the fixed poison we've gotten recently, where it's actually doing something correctly. Alright. At least this will help me, like, make the endgame one, the endgame hammer, in theory, a bit. Oof. Tank is annoying. Just a little bit. Even with, like, Onslaught, it's annoying to get enough tanks. Oh, of course there's a stupid time pile on one room up. Fun fact, if you're close enough to the entrance, you can run out of a vault before you teleport back, and it won't count as a completion anymore. Why would you do this? Probably wouldn't. Oh, look. Okay. Actually, I'm going to do the smart thing with that. I will obviously level up as soon as I do that, so let's do a little bit of work on this living gear. Because I got my opportunistic focus. I got one opportunistic focus. Health, resistance, health, oh. Health, resistance. There we go. Then we're going to put the helmet on. It looks so beautiful on me. Then we're going to walk over here. Claim the bounty. Oh, look! What happened to my living gear? Oh, it gained a little bit. Huh. I still want them to put living back on legendaries. Or, no, not legendaries. Uniques. I wonder if I managed to finish all my ore mining bounties. Scav. Debris. Elixir. Essence. Sure. We'll submit. Chromatic. Iron. Why do I have another gold ore? Where did I get another gold ore from? It must be somewhere in one of the... Yeah. Why didn't it void? Or is it that it's programmed because of the fact that you can get it? It won't void because it's one of the loot drops you can get in raw vaults, so it's excluded from the automatic voiding of the voiding maggot. That's why it gave me this stupid thing. Now why do I have the sweetberry sack? Oh, right, because I excluded it from the voiding. But yeah, that sounds about right. Ugh. Yeah, I need to upgrade my bag situation if I'm going to do this more than once in a blue moon. But I don't need to do this more than once in a blue moon because I only need it when I need like things like opportunistic focuses. Guess what I got? My opportunistic focuses. Stack upgrades. At mod. No, I don't need at mod. I just need mod. Gotta remember, just mod. Then I go over here. Then I can go like this. Then I can go, what order does this flower end up in? This ends up right next to the cake. There we go. Storage links. Iskallia. We don't need this many of the storage links. They're cheap. They're vanilla resources. Okay, if they get rid of the vanilla recipe, that will be good in the mod boxes. But given the fact that it got left in by oversight, anyways. Right. For a half second, I couldn't remember that I had placed down that crate. I was like, why is there? Oh, right, that's my elixir crate I just set down. Anyways. Alright. I think those I put in the attic. That works too. Like, I need some of the spaces clear because I do intend to put oranges back in this once I still start getting an excess of oranges. Again. And I need at least, like, a slot for starfruit. So. Vault gear. Ooh. Those are the good Tenos charms. The ones that give you both item rarity and quantity. Okay, sometimes people don't want both, but for an everyday running charm, absolutely you want both. Dang it. Stop putting my jewel pouches away that quickly. There we go. Now I can put them all in. I said I can put them all in. Oh, I'm still out of vault diamonds. Yay. I will get them myself later. When I stop running dungeon runs. Which is probably like now, just because I probably should rest because of the amount of pausing I'm doing. Because that's a clear sign my brain is like, stop. Because it isn't making words. There we go. Alright. That's been unloaded. Except for these. Ugh. Where do I install my my ore mining wall? So that I can just have it print out 11 by 11 sheets of ores. Let me break them and then print another sheet. Probably upstairs. By upstairs, I mean downstairs. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. So, one air gap on each side. By 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so with my current hammer, I could put liner routers here with a pressure plate that I stand on in the middle that just extends a line of all the ores out 11 blocks. Because you can set how many blocks out it makes the bridge. Have it so that it operates the extend on powered on, stand on a pressure plate, and then have like a line of redstone on top of it. Hammer it, put a layer of obsidian as the floor underneath or whatever. That means I have to put lights on the ceiling. It's fine. That needs a placer, which costs a dispenser in the dirt. And a breaker, which is just a blank module with a pickaxe of the appropriate tier for what you need the extruder module to do. And if you want it to have silk touch, you just have to make sure you use a silk touch tool in the base. Okay. And to make it Mark 2, which, like, I'm actually going to have to put range down upgrades in these, so I don't need the extended range. And I don't know if it's got a higher speed. Mm, no, there is enough of a curve on 90. It's tempting, but at the same time, at exactly this moment, I'm not hurting on coins. Long term, probably I will need even more coins than I've already got here. But to be fair, that's future Cass's problem. Dispensers, 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 dispensers. What do I have tinted glass up here? Dispensers. Um, dispensers. Bwop. There we go. Stop making noises like that. It's annoying. What? Bwop? Ugh. Now I'll handcraft and enchant 11 stupid pickaxes. I will say this is the one module where it costs 3 blank modules per uh, total you want. Something is generating lag in the area. Or in general. I'm guessing it's probably the coin explosions. Might not be. I need more emeralds. And by that I mean I can pull them out of my computer in a minute. Ugh. Now if I did this right. Yep. Okay. Mm. 6 routers. So 8 routers, 9 routers. I am out of currently broken out Larimar. Good to know. I might need to break out some of my Larimar and break it down. But how am I going to break down so many blocks if I... To be fair, I don't want it processing Larimar for me because I don't like. I want my stone Larimar to survive, so not for any good reason, but because like stone Larimar, it's rare. The same reason you don't convert Deep Slate Emerald to emeralds in vanilla. It's prized for its rarity. Not for its use, but for its rarity. Anyways, if I'm going to do this with Larimar, I need to go and at least turn off ability suppression so I can vein mine it. Ability suppression. Almost 8 stacks. Back to making the stupid routers. Okay. Delay, redstone, redstone, redstone. Okay. Hmm. I need some more vault diamonds before I really get around to finishing that. Also, I need to run void at some point. But I already know. I should not do void. My current state. Somewhere in Colorado? Recycle. Recycle. Stick some scrap here. Okay. Stack upgrades. Stack upgrades. By stack upgrades, I mean a single stack upgrade of. Yeah, let's go ahead with ridiculous proportion. Yeah. That'll be good for now, and if I need more, I can just upgrade the barrel itself. But 256 jewel pouches should be a decent amount, right? For how many I can put in that at once. Ooh, right. Do copiously tier. Ah, okay. Allegedly, there's a new copiously here if I can see it more than the one time. Eight mining speed, 7.9 mining speed. Not a good one. 9, 7. One, 5. You can reach the computer from across the room if you use your reach tool. Has one of those little reacher grabber things that you use for like getting things out of cabinets when you can't easily get out a stool or other thing because maybe your knees aren't working well enough that for a stool to actually be helpful or things like that. Yeah. Second favorite one to the anchor. And once, like, if I get the prestige that lets me run anchor effect at all times, that becomes my go-to. Get off my lawn, I say as I pull out cash to go and see what in the world he's selling. Look, I just said that I need to run a void vault at some point. I don't intentionally run a rune vaults, so. Sir? Orange. He blew up some of my windows. Rude. Okay. Time to go inside. Stairs for a second. Red, cyan, yep. Need to add orange. Okay. Dirt. All right. Fancy sword. Fancy hat. No legendary, no living. Let's check what is in the legal category. Gear. And factory. Okay, one legendary, and I kind of overlooked it, but effect duration. Not worried about that. here. Copper tier. Iron tier. Gold tier. Diamond tier. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So that's proper lockout. Okay. Next, chest plate, helmet, wand, sword, shield, magnet, focus, focus, focus. I already have chest plate. I already have helmet, axe, boots, leggings, one, two, three, four, five, six, 10 options. You're not talking very much, I'm aware. I'm just chilling. Alright. Yep, okay. So by having the filters saved, I can deposit even though it's not actually in there by using the... Alright. This goes in here. This goes here. Uh... Okay, I probably need a couple more senders than I made. But for now, that's not going to matter. I have to push a button each time I want to recycle something. Technically, I should put a bulk filter in there so I can get all of them right. Okay. Good luck. Okay. All diamond cards. That's good. Alright. And oh, it was Larimar. Attack speed. Okay. That's unloaded, that's unloaded, that's unloaded. R1. There we go. Yeah, probably at the point I just wrapped the B. Extended. Chromatic. Oh, I can't. This doesn't take trinket scrap. Six use. All right. Ugh. Hmm. That doesn't work. I thought this was supposed to let you run things like that, but no, apparently not. Because it's not doing it by the MBT. Fine. Ugh. Okay, let's be honest. If I'm accidentally putting random focuses in the system, it's probably not the most common ones. Close enough. All right. I'll have to continue the ore thing later. All right. That's done. That's done. That's done. Like that. Take the dragon room. And call it a day. I think. Double check the book. None of those are full. Okay. No eggies recently. Charms. I need to recycle those at some point. Artifact scope bear. I have to make keys at some point, but I need echo first. I say as though there is an echo right here. Alright. Going to officially call that there. I will catch all of you tomorrow, hopefully after I've gotten a decent amount of sleep. Bye. Yeah. Hoping to have a good night. I should be able to sleep fairly well. I've been up since probably, yeah. Uh it was weird because I think I woke up, picked up my phone to look at it, and it said 5. It wasn't running an alarm at the time. It just said 5. And it was like, "What?" Which would have been 5 is the restart time in my area. And I'm like, but it wasn't what I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to wake up at that. But I've been up since about then, so I mean, it was a long day, but like, I hung out with family. I got to drive through the mountains, which isn't too bad when people aren't being absolute idiots. And I got to be someplace that was relatively calm and quiet. Not that my room isn't. And like, it's nice to head up to the cabin, even if it's like, what did you do at the cabin? Oh, we did about like 2 meals, played a couple of board games, and then wandered back down. So, but yeah, need to finish making the big vault printing or printing floor. Yep. Uh, and I'm doing 11 by 11 just because that's the size of the hammer I currently have. I'm going to convert it to my vanilla fortune hammer. Put like obsidian or something else that doesn't break in one hit underneath it. And then do the like step on it to trigger a redstone signal that extrudes out in 11 long lines all next to each other. You just hit it, it mines all them, and then you step off of it to cause it to reset. The big thing is it's also being fed just. That's why there's a 12th router at the edge of it, where I had been working on it in the basement. That one, I need to figure out how I'm going to get it to distribute relatively evenly across all of it to send to like all 11 and have it just like send ores to all of them so that they will have ores to go and extrude. But the thing is, I have to go in, I have to put in 5 range down upgrades, augments, inside each one of those extruders to get them to be exactly 11 long instead of 16. Then I have to, then I'm also like having to feed them, and I am trying to decide whether or not I want to feed them stacks. But I think I'd probably have to feed them stacks, otherwise it becomes really annoying to regulate both ways. I mean, I could set it so that it's trying to send attribute vault or to each of the routers, and it will put in up to 11. Given the fact the last time I messed around with this at all, I just had like 4 of them pointed directly at me and they just made a 16 long line. And then I just kind of vein mined it, but that was uh I think before they really had hammers, because it was one of the really early seasons. Yeah, and like, to be honest, most of this stuff is just like little things I've learned from like watching somebody mess around with a stupid thing, and then it's like, oh, right, let's do that. And it's like, I'm a very decent sponge for the little bits of information. Whether or not I use all the little bits of information is another thing. Like, probably I can do probably a probably quite a bit with create if I just try to. But it's like, no, I don't want to go into that level of thinking, though it's like about the same as everything. Let's set down the pop can before I blow out everything by squishing it. But like the style of create just like it doesn't mesh with what I'm trying to do in block game here. It's interesting, but like it's its own lore. The entirety of create is its own lore and it's a completely separate from the rest of it. I mean, technically I'm that's also why I'm engaging with the vault in the particular way I am, is I'm approaching it in kind of a Vault Hunters shifted towards vanilla way, which is why I constantly do the melee without the extra things. I'm not doing the muscle mage where I'm getting rampage or whatnot to boost my power. I'm just like, okay, I do have chance effects, but I mean, luck. Looting is always a chance effect, and that's already in vanilla. So why can't I have lucky hit as a chance and all that? Yeah, and it's just instead of power, it's torque and da 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 da. But it's like, but like my EXP run, I absolutely can do a full mage. I tend to prefer to do the full mage in the semi cheeky way, but I forgot the cooldown potion on the very first one, so we saw how effective it was running without any cooldown boosting. Well, besides just what little I had on the gear, which was not maxed out cooldown. And then we had me running it with the cooldown potion. And now this is going to be the annoying thing is I need to craft myself another brew because you never overwrite a cooldown brew. Like, oh, it's going to cost you 64 vault diamonds to set it anyway. Yeah, and I don't want to have to spend another 64 to get a cooldown brew back. I honestly will just give somebody the cooldown brew for 64 vault diamonds. It's a slaughterer one, so it only recharges by you killing mobs, not looting or just waiting a time. But that's a fairly effective one, to be honest. But like the cooldown brew sets a certain timer. Me directly summoning the totems with the brew, whole different timer. Heck, it gets really funny with gluttony because it's sits in the middle, summons all 6 totems, refills the potion with 1 room. Goes to the next one. Just is lazy and just like drink all of them. And the fact that it's like, yeah, it's a viable build at like level 65. It's a little bit tough on it, but yeah. And like all my build is it's just run a decent amount of AP so that you can get the AP damage off of Poison Nova. You want to have a decent amount in Poison Nova so that you're causing all the mobs to die once one of them dies in an area. Then you're running uh, the toxic reaction so that when one dies, it has a high percent chance of poison novaing equal to your poison nova level. And it's essentially a monolith mage build. And what you're actually focused on for any kind of upkeep stuff is movement and being able to potentially throw single target if you really want to, which it would be like. I personally like Fire Shot because of the fact it's also one of the ones that can deliver the on hit. But because I had to have like the hatred totem, I didn't have a decent fire shot when I was running it the other day, and things like that. And then when you have like the hatred brew, the hatred totem isn't going to be quite as powerful as if you put like levels in it, because it maxes out at, I think, level 5 for the hatred totem. But you get a bit of area of effect, and you stick that dead center in the room, it will hit almost every point of interest any room will have. And then you just run and cause all of them to spawn. And you do this mainly if you're trying to level up by doing the overgrown theme with elixir is the easiest way to guarantee you're probably going to have a win, because even in the worst case, you should be getting like ones for most of the mobs. And then you want to have a little bit less onslaught than uh what's the enlightened one? It's not called enlightened when it's the XP one for the catalyst, noting that if you decide to wear a burger, that counts as 5 of it. I'm just not thinking of the name of the catalyst modifier. And then you just kind of try and balance that out. 4 onslaught to 5 EXP, because that goes, okay, you have 3 times the XP and 3 times the mobs for 9 times the regular vault at the end of it. Accustomed. Accustomed, that's it. And technically, the accustomed and all of the other ones, when you have the challenge stacks on it, provide like 1 to 2%. So what you're actually getting is like 27% from the onslaught and an additional 2 or 3% per accustomed that isn't the burger. But by doing the balance, you get a high multiplier. And people are like, oh, yeah, no, you just do mine rooms with accustomed and plentiful. And it's like, no, when you balance it out, you can actually get quite a bit more experience from the mobs, especially now that you can get the higher capacity or the lower size, so effectively doubling the capacity of the crystal. Because it used to be like you would hit a cap of like what you could effectively do with the mine rooms, because the mine rooms, each one you decide to run, is eating 5 to 10 of the capacity nowadays. 5 would be if you manage to find them in the shops. 10 if you find them in chests or by crafting them. And at that point, you've got you've already lost, like, you're running 4 of them. You've already wasted 40 of your crystal's capacity. So you have far less EXP even with the burger running. And then you do all those, and then it's like, it's about like 15-20% less effective than if you just did the mobs. But the ores are more valuable, so you're trading in EXP for something you will use more. No, the catalyst for a while, when you could find them, could vary in size from 5 to 20 noting that you could only find them in the treasure sand in treasure rooms or things like that, or the dig site, which you can still find them in the dig site or in the shops. And then you could craft them at 10 size. And always 10 size. So you can consistently get a 10 size catalyst for the ones that you can craft. Not bonus, of course. You have to find those. But now that they've fixed it so that the shops no longer have what used to be effectively like a 63% chance of being bigger than a crafted one, it's now worthwhile to buy the ones in the shop. Whereas before, like you wouldn't touch those. Well, you could. You would sometimes get lucky and get a smaller one, but most of the time they ended up bigger, and then it's like, okay, what do you use these on? When you need to throw 2 or 3 ornate on a random vault. But now, like, all of them are now in the shop are 5 to 10. So at worst, they're a crafted one. At best, they're double. Same with bounty rewards black market now. But any of the inscriptions that drop out of chests as fully intact inscriptions drop at size 10 still. You can and they buy at the smaller sizes, but they drop as just the 10s. Which means most of the time, if you've got 4 ore rooms to run, it's probably crafted or dropped directly from chests because you've been running living vaults. Or you ran a bunch of dungeons and hit all the living barrels. Because those are the most common ways to get them. But yeah. Although I think the crates sometimes can give you a mining inscription at the end of a vault. Yeah, and these are like little things like, okay, this isn't in a quest, this isn't in any kind of thing. Like, you might be able to find this on a wiki if you had a wiki that had like all the fun little info, but it becomes a one like, okay, on the wiki, do we have a comprehensive list of where all to find these different things? Like, if I do the catalyst, does it say, oh yeah, you get catalyst from treasure sand in dig sites? You can buy them in the black market. You can buy them in vendors. You can get them from the gamble of the black market. You can get them as part of bounty rewards. Did I say bounty rewards twice there? Uh, and then for inscriptions, you can get them in living crates, living strong boxes, uh, living barrels. You can get them as part of a bounty reward. You can get them shopping data. From shopping, black market, da da da. And crate rewards. Very rarely you can get inscriptions out of a crate reward. And then you also then can take advantage of the companion thing, though it takes a while to get enough companion materials to make 1 to 4 companion catalysts, which are just, these are effectively permanent catalysts as long as you have that companion. And this is the important thing to note on this. Other people probably aren't going to be able to take this as an advantage, but on casual, we don't ever lose the hearts, which is really important because right now there's a recipe issue in that you needed a full companion catalyst to make a companion treat to give them back a heart when you died in a vault. And since they keep the fully crafted catalyst when they die, it made it like exorbitantly expensive to run companions unless you're 100% certain you will never die or get eaten by the vault timer in a vault with a companion. Oh yeah, and like some of these aren't even like recent ones, and some of this is like he hasn't necessarily explained each of these individual things. These are things you just find by doing, and like they get adapted over time. Like, you remember the original look of the treasure rooms? It was just a chest and a bit of sand mixed in with yellow concrete. And then, like, and things like that. And then they made it the treasure sand with the legendary piece. And then they've made this one. And I think there was like one or two other iterations over the years. Treasure rooms were always like a little extra, oh, this is really juicy. And like some people really focus down on them, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, you can get most of the loot from most of the treasure rooms elsewhere, except for like the bonus catalyst at the time. Right. I've got I had a screenshot of the first time I ever found a mine room. I still have that from 2022. Uh and the funniest thing about it? I'm level 7 and I have a bomb ignite key sitting in my inventory as I went into a mine room. Yep. I actually dropped it in the Vault Hunters Discord loot channel the other day, a ways back, as just kind of a cheeky thing. Especially because it was like, hey, can you spot what's up with this? At which point, I think one of the early player, like one of the admins or whatnot, was like, if that's what I think it is, that's a crazy amount of loot because like I was coming out of it with Echo at level 7 because I had managed to find Echo in that first one, just digging into it with a regular pickaxe before they ever did the tool update. When you had when later on you would have to make the prismatic tool and see if you broke it, trying to improve it and things like that. And like honestly, I've got screenshots from all like all over the vaults and different things, as well as like funny bugs I've noticed at different points or oddball things. And sometimes it's like, why in the world did I have a screenshot of that? Who knows? But I also even like have pictures of like uh old things like, oh, what was I getting out of the crate or whatever. Remember when you could hopper things out of the crates so you could just have an empty crate someplace? That was fun. Actually, the fun thing is you could actually hopper things back into the crate. So you could technically be cheeky and like hide them. Actually, at the time, I was trying to get one of each of the completion and a bounty crate emptied out and floating above a pedestal. Well, I didn't play until they released casual, which is when I managed to join, and that was the season one I referred to, noting that this is season 9/season 2 of Remastered. And that was, yeah, it was update 3 or 4 was when casual got added, and we basically started on the first casual servers. Uh, and it was Crafty, Gicky, Bringer, for the ones that have managed to follow us to this server. Uh, and then, like, you might recognize the name Copperhead getting mentioned. We've played with Copperhead, although I didn't manage to get them invited to join us on this server. I don't know if they're really interacting with the Discord anymore, because I think they're not listed as attached to either of the Discords anymore. But they still show up in the stream chat, so it might just be that they have cut back on their Discord use, just in general, as like a social media thing, like, the breaks on those. But like, and then like, we've had other people we've interacted with over the years, and sometimes we manage to get them to join. Uh, Miss some of them that I've managed to interact with. In theory, I've got one on the radar that should join us, but they've gotten distracted because they're playing a world with their friends of it. So I'm not going to bug them too much about doing it, especially because I can still bug them and hear of their shenanigans. Apparently, their first companion of this season was me by natural role, so that was fun. Humble Heron is their player, and they decided to live inside my walls. Quite literally. And like eventually they started doing enough like random things in the area, building things in the walls, that I ended up moving out of there and establishing a second base. But that became our central warp hub and interaction area for like all of us to meet up at, kind of thing. And technically I grabbed a schematic of it, but like, drawers break and other things like that because they don't keep the memory. So it's not a fully intact base with all of the loot and all that, but it has like the building structure someplace. And I've got like screenshots of it. But like one of the first, when I found out that they had managed to end up in my walls, they went into my walls by using digging out a slab in a little I just had a water drop chute at the bottom. There was water there, but I was also using it as my infinite water source. So like, they took out the middle slab, put in some scaffolding underneath, and then climbed down, put the slab back on top of the whole thing to hide that. One day or another, I grab some water and I turn around and I'm going and doing something else. The water hasn't reappeared there. I haven't noticed that. I go off, I'm doing other things, and then like I go up using the bubble Vader, and then I come back and I just like drop down like usual, and it's like, what? Why is the water not coming back? I've got water sources all around it. It should flow there. Breaks the slab to see what's going on. Scaffolding. It's not a solid block, so it doesn't count to let water solidify above it, because it's also not waterlogged at that point. So it's not a water source to let a water source develop over it either. Also, looking back through my screenshots, they were the first name from that season I could find in any of my screenshots, and it's in a chat message in the background of one of my screenshots of like my loot from a vault. And the funny thing is, it also has a picture of exactly the water puddle they killed me with, just because it was in the background of the loot. So of course I had to tell them that. But yeah. Anyways, it was fun reminiscing, but like I said, maybe I should go and sleep. Well, maybe I should go and get some food and then sleep. But yeah. Here is a second. Bye. I'll catch you later. Hope to talk, of course. Even if it's by you typing and me talking. Bye.